Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we are back to another live stream of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, October 18th, and we've got something with a new update being announced, which is a little weird because we're a little short of the 5,000 I would want to get 50 packs, and we're not even halfway towards the 100 packs that I would have liked to have had. Play 50 Shaman cards, win 5 games with a Paladin or Priest, or what we need to get at least one of those done. We have a Tavern Brawl, and with the new update, it told me that I needed to get all the arena runs done. So that's an interesting twist, because now, I guess, I haven't even used this in a while. I guess we need to do an arena run. So Paladin, and Priest, or Shaman. We've already purchased the arena run, so I could do Paladin or Shaman, and I'm gonna have to launch the program for the Hearthstone Arena Helper, whatever, Hearth Arena, that's what it's called, right? And it's probably gonna want to update, and frankly, some of these updates on Overwolf and all of this is downright scary, because it seems like it's all full of ad things, spyware, maybe. I don't even know. Maybe there's nothing wrong with it, maybe there is, but let's just see if this works. Says it's verifying configuration. We might as well use Hearth Arena. Might as well cheat. Everybody else uses it. But okay, I think we've got this. Alright, good. So, Paladin or Shaman? Well, since Shaman... Well... Shaman or Paladin? Shaman or Paladin? We can play either one. Who do I want to play today? Let's do Shaman and see if this works. So, best pick, as I probably would have guessed, would have been this to start off with. And as far as I know, Hearthstone fixed the synergy picks, and those aren't a thing anymore. If they are still a thing, then we are in kind of a bad position. It's a bad position to be using the arena things, but it tells me it wants me to finish the arenas before the new patch that happens in, I believe, 5 days. So we've got 3 arena runs to do today, on top of it makes a lot of sense to do the Tavern Brawls. So there's going to be a lot of work today. I'm planning going forward, as things just get adjusted and changed on scheduling, I'm planning to wait until around 4 o'clock in the evening. Wow, these are some awful picks according to Hearth Arena. So today I've already recorded a couple of recordings, like maybe an hour and a half worth of pre-recorded footage. That seems like that is a good way to work. Man, I'm getting some bad picks. It allows me to get some work done before I lock myself into spending the rest of the day either being exhausted from live streaming or live streaming directly. So yeah, also I feel that 4 o'clock Central Time, US Central Time, is probably the right move. I don't think doing it earlier helps anybody. Even 4 o'clock may be too early. like waiting till 5, 6, or 7 o'clock for a real primetime attempt would make sense, but it would also almost guarantee that some runs run well into 2 or 3 in the morning when we hit those bad setups of like just bad runs of losing in Hearthstone. And so, yeah, making slight adjustments, trying to figure things out. That one clearly is a good pick. In fact, I think I'm getting a pretty good deck here. But honestly, does it matter? Not one bit. Like, let's go for 12 wins, yay, but in reality, even a good deck, even a Hearth Arena deck, has a decent chance of losing 3 times in a row. And I think I'll probably not even try to... I'm probably not even going to try to go through the news or anything right now. Let's just focus on the gameplay. Let's see, so get rid of that, get rid of that. Try to play the best we can. I've really given up on ranked play. Like, I said I was gonna try it. I did try it for a month. It felt like I spent a lot of extra time on it, and in the end didn't get any further than I get normally. I don't know what the deal is with people that can get up to like rank 13. They're either better players, or they've got better cards, or they just play more. And I think it really comes down to they play more. I think the people that get to Legendary, they get to rank 13, they even get up to like rank 15, are playing so often, that, like non-stop. And I just don't have a schedule for that. It just won't work. I don't know what the real strategy is for this deck. There really isn't a strategy. It's just play the cards at the best time in Arena. And that's probably where I'm the weakest, is the idea of just not knowing the right times to play cards. Like, here's a good example. They could probably just kill those two and kill my character. Is that good or bad? I don't know.
Reporting for duty.
I need to kill this character though. Transform a friendly minion into a random one that costs 1 more.
The glory is mine.
See, I wonder if I could bring this back. And this character, not this character, but a character like this, the Flappy Bird character that everybody calls Flappy Bird, is going to be banned from a arena run going forward. It seems like you're going to have a 2-player arena run in the next expansion. I do have an article about that, so maybe I could find that one article and talk about that, and talk about what I think about that first. Let's go with this, and then this, and then remove this. And then take this, and then pump this one up.
The game begins.
Let's see. There's a decent number of news events. that happened.
The sun has set for me.
Let's, if I can find that one article though, I want to talk about that one more than anything else right now. 2 damage to 2 random characters. I'm gonna do, let's see, what if we did this instead? Let's see. There it is. So Hearthstone players getting dual class arena mode next week, plus a couple of free packs. So I'm seeing a picture here, and there's a mage warlock, mage warrior, mage priest combination. And you know what? That isn't a terrible thought for just like a permanent thing to do.
I got the beast in my sight.
Like the idea of being able to give any hero ability to any hero class probably doesn't change too much. All the characters, all the heroes are gonna get kind of Frankensteinian outfits. Vicious Fledgling is the bird that's going to be not allowed. Let's see. This. And get rid of this.
Gotcha.
And attack. Some bug fixes. There's going to be a new Warlock skin called Nimsy Necrofizzle. You need to... But you can only get the skin by going to a fireside gathering, which, man, they promote those things, but I, 1, don't want to go to them, and 2, even if I was going to go to them, then they wouldn't. Let's see. I guess we killed this one. Then kill this one. Then attack this one.
Job's done.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna win here.
Well played.
So let's see. We got Cake Boss on the chat, so saying hi. Hashtag intense. Wow, he got double adapted. What in the world is playing right now? Oh my goodness. This ad keeps this app free for everybody. And so now you're going to get me content ID'd, stupid game. Look, bye to you. So yeah, Hearth Arena, now full of ads. What garbage. Let's just double check and make sure Hearth Arena and Overwatch is now... Overwolf is completely closed.
Morgul versus Uther.
I will
Can't even figure out how to close the stupid thing. Might have to use the Control-Alt-Delete to get rid of it. So much for paying attention and trying to get victory. It really gets down to this. Cake Boss, do you read chat when playing matches? Usually I do if I don't care. and usually I don't care about winning. Right now I'm doing an arena run, and I would actually like to try to succeed here. But everybody can take note that I'm usually going to at least look at chat, and if something comes to my eye as it's violating the rules that are over here, you may get banned and I may still not respond to you. So follow the rules. Just end the turn here. It seems very odd Hearthstone is just doing this Halloween themed expansion. I guess it's just, this is going to be a small thing. It's going to, if you log in between October 24th and 30th, you get the free Whisper of the Old Gods pack and an arena ticket. That's why I'm doing this. And then I guess that also buys them some time for the next expansion. Let's play this. This is probably the wrong one to play. But yeah, it doesn't seem like they're announcing any new cards. It doesn't seem like they're doing anything else.
Out of my jungle.
So, ideally, maybe we'll get another 3 months. If we're lucky. Another 3 months in which we can do daily quests and get... Go away. Save up our gold. Let's see. Can we now start to actually succeed here? Play the coin. And I guess play this. And the game is kind of slowing down too, so I'm suspecting that I probably could start covering the news, which is what I mainly do on the live streams. Covering the video game news, if there is video game news. There's actually a very interesting turn of events. I follow a Facebook group of video game fans. Just personally, I don't post anything to it really, or do anything. I'm just watching what normal people want and what normal people are doing, instead of having all of my information being built around what, say, a video game reporting site might be saying.
Side effects?
And
No. Trust me.
one of the a question came up about who can I go to? I'm tired of watching GameSpot. I'm tired of listening to IGN. They have too many opinions. They're not giving out just the facts about video games. There's very little actual journalism in video games in the first place. It's just people repeating what the press release says, or often people repeating what other sites report. And a significant number of suggestions were go to YouTube. Find somebody on YouTube that you believe, trust in. Because I think there is a swelling amount of people that are tired of getting their information from the exact same sources, and they're getting tired of their sources, those sources in general, those sources specifically, actually, and even though undeniably a lot of people on YouTube are annoying to a lot of people, there's so much so much diversity there as far as your options that you can almost certainly find somebody you like.
Job's done.
Cake Boss has been talking, and he says the Master of Evolution sounds beastly, and he says I have Twitter. Okay, good. If you want to follow me on Twitter, the link is down in the description. I use Twitter personally, and that was one of the suggestions I said to this person, is that if you want to do a lot of filtering, you can just follow almost all the video game companies on Twitter and follow a selection of video game reporters on Twitter, video game reporting sites, and then filter out the bias. But it takes a lot of work. That's what I do. That's where I get all my news. I'm looking right now at a PC Gamer article. I always have to filter those articles through the question about, is this really an article written by somebody who cares, or is this an advertisement hidden as an article? Because they do a lot of that. And it's very easy to be deceived, and that is their intent. I find Twitter is very good for listening to big companies and brands and famous people who like to shout out into the void but don't really want or aren't even really capable of having direct communications. I think of Facebook more as you're actually wanting to have some communication with the people that you're friends with, whereas people that follow you on Twitter, you're like, I'm willing to shout out to you, but I'm not going to follow you or listen to anything you say, or I might follow you and mute you. That's why Twitter really has failed to succeed as a replacement for something like Facebook. Cake Boss says you're gonna win. It's anytime I make that claim early, it doesn't work out well for me. Just to put that out there. Every time I think I'm about to win, the tides turn and then I end up losing. Let's see.
This might
Dude, this, and this, and this. This is gonna be a 7-7. But if I get rid of this, I should be alright. 11 attacks, says Cake Boss. Cake Boss, I can already tell, is going to be one of my favorite types of chatters for a while at least, because he's going to put lots of comments, and lots of comments are all YouTube cares about when streaming live. It's the reason why my pre-recorded videos aren't streamed really, because if I was streaming what I do when I pre-record videos, I would just disable the chat, and then the live stream wouldn't get any views anyways, or very little views. And it would just ruin the whole scheduling and surprise. Like, I can't see myself becoming like a 24-hour, always live news network equivalent of a YouTube channel and doing everything live. I need, in most games, I need to focus on the actual game, and just so I can do relatively good, and just the thought and the extra pressure of being watched live would probably mess me up a little bit. But on Hearthstone, it usually doesn't matter, and that's why I picked Hearthstone to be the one to live stream, is because I've been playing Hearthstone for a couple of years now. You're gonna win or lose mostly based on randomness more than anything else. Let's see. Destroy any frozen thing. Let's take this card. Give a friendly minion +1 attack. And then let's take it back. Interesting. There's a lot of back and forth on these battles in Hearthstone, where early game and mid game can often not really matter at all. What often happens is your opponent will have 5 cards and you will play your last 3 in one turn, and then you're out of options. So it's not a great way to I don't even know what I'm trying to say there. It's kind of annoying. Like, it's not the greatest game ever, Hearthstone. You could use a lot more improvement. Next turn, I can play this, hopefully, and destroy this, and get 5 down. Let's see, Kickbust the mouse, cursor is creepy. Oh, is it doing that thing again? I just updated OBS and, like, is it doing the flickering thing? I haven't seen it flicker in a while. The mouse cursor in itself is... I can't really affect whether it looks creepy because of its animation or not, but if it's doing the flickering, I thought I'd finally fix that. I had to force Hearthstone to specifically only run at 30 frames per second when it should be running at 60 frames per second. Okay, is that a ghost dog with a stick in its mouth? Where? Did he play that one? Arfus? Yep. That is a ghost dog with a hand in his mouth. That's part of the Knights of the Frozen Throne expansion, the most recent expansion. He is the dog of Arthas. So it's Arthas, and his dog is Arfus. And Arthas is a paladin character, not this one, that turned into the Lich King, from best I can tell. You see, this might be where the turnaround starts to happen. If I can get rid of this, and he's got no cards to really play in these 4 cards, which is not a great chance that that is the case. Yeah, the cursor is just an eyeball. Like, I don't know if it means anything other than that. It just is, you have an eyeball until you can play, and then when you can play, it'll turn from an eyeball.
Speak your peace.
Attack here. Attack here. Like, now, maybe we could suspect we might win. Yep. He just healed a lot, and he probably didn't play Reno Jackson. And most people who can construct a deck will play Reno Jackson, which is a card which will send you right back to your maximum health if you don't have any duplicates. Now, I'm playing Arena, which means both players were given a choice of 3 random cards for their entire deck of 30 cards. So they may not have Reno Jackson, but a lot of people still get it and still succeed. And there's plenty of other ways to heal. And this is a relatively late game we're playing, but it's not atypical. Blizzard is so built around making sure everybody has a 50% win ratio at all times that you get so far away from a regular single player game where you may die once or twice in a 60-hour experience. In Hearthstone, it's like you lose over and over and over again because you have to play against other people. Or you can play in practice mode, which doesn't count for anything and is a waste of your time. Summoning a 1/1 is a weak power. All of the hero powers are designed to be weak. There's a card that upgrades them, but it's not. The hero power is never going to really save you, except for in some very rare instances. If this guy had survived, I could have won by playing this on him. I still might be able to win if I'm careful. Let's see. If he can do 3 more damage, however, he's gonna win right now. Swap the attack and health of a minion. Which that is not going to help anything at all. So I've lost. OMG bomb. And see, I wouldn't have even played the arena run. I wouldn't have even done the arena run if I hadn't already pre-purchased entry, and Hearthstone, Blizzard, the creator of Hearthstone, said that they were going to give us free entry to arena runs. So I need to finish the arena run not only for my Americas account, which is what I'm playing now, but I also need to do an arena run for my European and Asian accounts too. And I suppose we're making progress as far as one of the daily quests, and that's really all I need to do today is get one of the 2 available daily quests done, and then I'll be back on Friday and I can get those daily quests done later. Yeah, Cake Boss, that's pretty basic stuff in Hearthstone. You must be really new to the game. Let's see. And there I just managed to hit the wrong button and mess up my chat. What in the world just happened there? Cake Boss says yes, frowny face. Well, yeah, well, I can say 2 things will potentially happen. Is one, you will either learn to love and or put up with Hearthstone, or you'll play with it for a little while and then get bored of it and then leave. And then if you ever come back to it after about 6 months, you'll be so far behind that you probably wouldn't want to get back into it. Like, it's a major problem with Hearthstone. It's very rough on new players. It's very expensive if you want to have all the cards. It's just kind of greedy in general. But the people that stick with it can learn to enjoy it and use it as their general time waster. It is a decent cell phone game / PC game. If you're commuting and have nothing better to do, it makes a lot of sense to play Hearthstone. But if you've got better games to play, you probably find something better to keep you entertained with. The thing I like about Hearthstone and that keeps me coming back to it more than anything else is the fact that it's relatively slow paced. You have to wait for the other player to play, and that gives me enough time to shift 50% of my attention away from actually playing Hearthstone so I can cover the news. Otherwise, I would just be reading out video game news without any video footage at all, and that would be pretty boring. I guess that's why when you look at your TV news, there's just cameras pointing to people talking, and then they fill the screen with a bunch of streaming text. And I guess the other way I could do it is I could just show the articles that I'm reading when I'm reporting on the news, but then might as well just cut out the middleman. Cake Boss says, I'm into adventure games. I like Skyrim and Zelda. Well, I recently played Skyrim Remastered, which was the second time I played Skyrim. And actually, it was the first time I played the DLC of Skyrim. Skyrim's an incredibly long game, but I have that entire series. And I enjoyed playing it, even though it's a kind of old game now, too. And then Zelda is a Nintendo game, and Nintendo doesn't let anybody stream anything on that, so I'll never play a Nintendo game on YouTube, and anybody that does usually ends up regretting it a lot. Let's see if we give this and we do this, we can get rid of this character. I play a lot of point and click adventure games. Lots of playlists for different games there, but those are slightly different. Adventure is really hard to narrow down these days because all games are combinations of different genres. So you may have something like Borderlands that's a first-person shooter, but it has RPG elements in it, and almost all first-person shooters now have some kind of RPG elements in them. Let's kill that. And then do this. He says, Cake Boss says, I play Oblivion, which is even older than Skyrim. I've thought about going back to some of the earlier Elder Scrolls games. There's probably plenty of time because they're not even going to really start to work on the next Elder Scrolls game until Elder Scrolls Online stops making Bethesda money. So yeah, I've thought about doing Oblivion, but it looks rather bad, and the graphics are just low, and the modding doesn't seem like it's quite high enough to imply the idea that you could mod Oblivion into looking even as good as Skyrim. And even when I did play Skyrim, I had to be realistic about it and not do most of the caverns and caves just because of the repetitiousness of that game. Like, I didn't want to spend 300 hours playing for YouTube Skyrim a second time. I'd more prefer to play some of the Fallout games and keep it more balanced. Do a Fallout, then do an Elder Scrolls, then do another Fallout. Also, I'd have to put in that I'd covered The Witcher 3, and I'd like to go back and replay the older Witcher games, but they're probably too old. There's quite a lot of games in my collection of games on Steam that I ended up just having the label as too old, that they wouldn't run on modern computers, or they just look too bad, or they play too badly. Like the original Hitman is a great example. It doesn't even run correctly. It runs at like 5 times the original speeds. I think Bethesda's probably missing an opportunity to release a small episodic, I wouldn't want to go really episodic, but like a small story-based single-player experience of just one character. One of the things that struck me about Skyrim is that if they had just released a game where you were playing as the Thieves Guild quest, and you started as a random character, and your journey ends once you become the leader of the Thieves Guild and you've done all of those quests. That alone would have been a very interesting 15-hour story. And they could do that now. It's just like, here's the tale of not a dragonborn, but just a master thief that was well known. And you could certainly have a game that was darker for the Assassin's quests, and you could have another one for the Civil War element. There's about 5 separate games you could break Skyrim into. Keep it a little bit more compact. Release those every couple of years or every year, and keep people playing Skyrim. Even if it was just going to be DLC that all got added into what Skyrim is today, you could certainly keep people's attention for longer. Let's see. Skyrim's my favorite, says Cake Boss. The main story is cool. If Bethesda makes a game, it will be a huge game. That is what they do, and it's probably one of the biggest complaints you can make about Elder Scrolls as a series. The story part is the good part of the game, Elder Scrolls, but the repetition of the exact same draugrs for 120 hours, and I swear I spent at least 6 hours just crafting things and smelting things, crafting, smelting, recrafting, getting my level in smithing to the maximum 100, then resetting it so I could use that for some reason to go legendary on it. They've already got the base of a very big game. They could go a little bit smaller. You can, if they embraced maybe just 10% of what Telltale does, where they did The Walking Dead as just this episodic short story, mostly focused around conversation and decisions, I would think that's more accessible to a lot of people. Because it's a daunting task. It's even more daunting now to tell somebody to play Skyrim than it was when it originally came out. When it originally came out, that was the game of the year. That was the game of the month. Like, there was nothing else out to play for people who were playing that game. Now you have to compare this old game that's versus all the other games that have come out since, plus all the games that are coming out now. And sadly, after spending probably 100 hours recording footage on Skyrim, my final decision on it is like, yeah, it's a good game, but don't waste your time on it. Don't play it. There's certainly a lot of people that do love Skyrim and get into it, but if you have other games in your library, it's gonna suck your life away. And there's really no accelerated path. I haven't even seen a mod that can nicely speed things up without also ruining the game. Some basic things can fix it. If you get rid of being overburdened, that's a super helpful thing to mod into Skyrim. But fast traveling still takes too long to load. Conversation takes too long to happen. Let's see. Cake Boss says, I've had Skyrim for 3 years and I still haven't 100% completed yet. And I don't think technically you can. You can do all of the pre-programmed main story quests and main side quests, but it's designed to give you more quests no matter what. So even if you murdered every single NPC character in the entire game, which would eliminate probably a decent number of opportunities for quests, they've still got workarounds around that though. You would just have a courier run up to you after a while and give you a letter that tells you to go to a cave and find an item in a chest at the end of the cave. And even if it's a cave you've already done, it will still do that. So there really is no finishing Skyrim. It goes on forever. See if I could wait till the 8th turn and survive.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Let's see if this works. Nope, that didn't really work. Cake Boss says, to be honest, I feel like some quests are way too long in Skyrim. There's a ton of them that could be edited down. And I know that there's things I would have liked to do and I just gave up on them. It's like, I wanted to get all of the legendary weapons. What are those called? Daedric weapons. And I wanted to do all the dragon masks, and there was a lot of caves I wanted to do, but even from the beginning I knew I'm going to do the main story, and I'm going to do the guild story, and I'm going to do the DLC. And I tried really hard to rush and not go anywhere that wasn't directly on the path towards what I needed to have done. Let's see, give a friendly minion immune this turn. Let's go ahead and give this one immunity and kill this guy. And the other issue that's always really easy to forget about Bethesda games and Skyrim games and Fallout games in general is they're buggy. There's just always some weird bugginess that every single player runs into. Like, there's no getting around it. So there's a lot that could be polished in the next Bethesda game development if they were actually working on it, but right now what they're making is just Elder Scrolls Online, and they're not going to do anything else until that stuff's making money. Cake Boss says, also it makes no sense you can become the leader of the mages, thieves, assassins at the same time. Yeah, it makes no sense in the game world, and it makes no sense in just general writing. You would think all of those people would be different characters, and that there should be 5 main characters that you play as throughout Skyrim. It hurts the history of that time period, because the next Elder Scrolls game will probably be a couple hundred years in the future of when Skyrim happens, and while it's a little odd to recognize it, actually Skyrim is set, I think, a few thousand years ahead of what Earth time would be. And there's just... Alright, let's see. Just play that. So the next game will be a couple hundred years in the future, and there will just be this story of a dragonborn who either canonically did or did not do all of these elements in Skyrim. And it feels like they also are just planning on adding like 1 or 2 other continents to what Skyrim already was. And so the next game won't be that much bigger anyways, which is probably a good thing. And there we have it. 3 losses and 1 victory. The second worst way you could end. And my Hearthstone deck tracker app wants to know how much dust I got, which was 30 dust. So you pay 150 to get into an arena run, 150 gold. A pack is worth 100 gold, and dust, about 30 dust, is worth, well, we'll see, but I would guess it's about 25 gold. So I probably lost 25 gold on that, just because I didn't win enough. But I needed to do it because I had already purchased the entry ticket, and it specifically told me to not have any purchased. It's kind of sad though, the 2 times I've played a long-running adventure fantasy game, both The Witcher 3 and Skyrim Remastered, both of those have been played relatively close to when the game was brand new. I've never really been like, I'm going to play this game as soon as it's available, and even if I try to cover a game on YouTube when something's available, there's still too many companies that had early access and already have videos up. But I've aired those relatively when they came out. The remaster of Skyrim when it came out, The Witcher 3 when it came out. Neither one of those series, both of which had a lot of content made for them, got very many views at all. So they took a lot more effort for no real reward, which kind of sucks. So typically, if you get a pack and you have duplicates of all 5 cards, like I do, you'll get 1 rare and 1 common. That turns into 40 dust. I got 25 before, so maybe it was closer to 150 when I got 1 pack and 25 dust. Maybe not. No, because I'm trying to do math in my head. But in my instance, I have 1,000 dust, and really I'm just saving up 1,000 dust until I can craft a legendary classic. As new players, you should try to have all of the classic cards, 2 of everything that you can have 2 of, before you go into anything else, because these other kinds, like Old Gods and Karazhan and Gadgetzan and Unguru and Frozen Throne, are eventually going to get banned and become wild sets like League of Explorers, Grand Tournament, Blackrock Mountain, Gnomes vs. Goblins, and Nyxramus. And that means that on standard play you can't play them. So in general you want a 100% classic set before you even start to think about crafting any other cards. There's some rough changes there. And what did we do as far as playing shaman cards? I just need to play more shaman cards, and that won't be too big of a deal. Let's see. See if the shop has changed anything. These aren't even being announced as going away, so I don't know if maybe they're just never gonna bother to get rid of Whisper of the Old Gods, but they have gotten rid of some of the older packs. Karazhan is the only thing you can purchase right now, and the new faceplate is only by Fireside Gatherings. I also need to get the Tavern Vault done for the Americas account, so I'm gonna break up this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos, because all of that helps me with YouTube, tells them that my video is worth watching, and then maybe if I'm really lucky, YouTube will actually promote the video to new people. If you want a friend or follow me on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, Steam, or Battle.net, all of those links are down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back with another live stream of Hearthstone. Today is October 18th, and we've got to get some stuff done because there's a new expansion. We had to play our arena, so we get a ticket to arena, and we need to do the Tavern Brawl and play 30 more Shaman cards in the Americas server, and then we can move over to the European server. We've got Cake Boss on the chat talking. He's talking about Skyrim. He says Skyrim wants to make you spend about an hour just creating your character, which is true. And at the very least, I think Bethesda could use that to its own advantage. If tomorrow, instead of announcing Fallout Shelter or something like that for Skyrim, they announced a character creator where you could actually 3D model and paint your character and work on it, and say that this character will be importable to Elder Scrolls Online, or even importable to the next Elder Scrolls game. That would be amazing and keep a lot of people satisfied for a while, but probably not long enough for the wait of the next Elder Scrolls game, assuming they even make one. They may just make too much money from the online. So we're doing ShiftCon as far as the Tavern Brawl. Swap stories with fellow shifters in the Tavern Shifter Convention. Choose a class, we'll fill it with shifters and spells. So if I just pick Shaman here, then it will fill my deck with a bunch of random Shaman cards, which is an easy thing to deal with. Because I'm not doing an arena run anymore, I can start covering the news. I was holding back on that. Turns out that Freddy Krueger is coming to Dead by Daylight, which is surprising on a couple different levels. That Dead by Daylight is still trying to be a thing as far as a game. And Leatherface and Michael Myers were already in the game. I guess he might show up during Halloween. I guess that would make sense. They kind of dropped the ball though, because Friday the 13th, like, I know Freddy Krueger is from Nightmare on Elm Street, but they should have done it on Friday the 13th anyways. Let's see. Dying Light is launching a free content drop #1 with weapons and bounties. Dying Light is still a thing too, interestingly enough. Dying Light deserves to still be a thing. A game people are playing. I should actually use words instead of just using the phrase thing. Because they've been doing a lot to keep it fresh and new. but they are also kind of treating what is, in my mind, a single-player game as more of a multiplayer game like Destiny or something. It's
Your magic shall not save.
see. It's planning on giving 10 free DLCs over the next 12 months. Content Drop 0 marked the first, and Content Drop 1 named Lethal Innovations as the second. And so we're now into the Lethal Innovations expansion. So they'll get a little bit of news. Let's see, max cost. Deal 2 damage. Draw a pirate from your deck. That won't even work. How about we devolve you? And then deal 2 damage.
Buy one!
There we go. Let's see. Here's a virtual reality game I was looking at. VR games I don't really talk about. This one actually looks interesting. I guess that's why I bought it. It's called The Gallery Episode 2 Heart of the Emberstone. Requires a VR headset. Like, we need Steam or somebody to figure out a way to make every single game that comes out for VR in some form or fashion playable without VR. Like, there's just gonna be at least a couple hundred games that will come out during this first generation of attempts at making VR happen, and those games will never get updated or fixed in a way that you could play them with a regular game. There probably is a way to simulate VR, to DVR something, but depending on how integrated the motion tracking is, might affect whether you could actually control it. Whenever friendly minion dies, gain +1. Here's an interesting expansion. Fire Emblem Warriors has a DLC pack that includes 3 new playable characters, and on top of that, unless I am thinking of a different game. Yeah, let me cover that one later. Fire Emblem Warriors first add-on pack comes December 31st. I heard that I saw one review at least where people liked the idea of combining Fire Emblem and Dynasty Warriors together, and they weren't particularly a fan of Dynasty Warriors or Fire Emblem to begin with, but combined they found something that they liked. Now I do need to get a victory on this Tavern Brawl, but in the meanwhile, as long as I'm playing Shaman cards, I'm also succeeding.
What you want?
There's a game called Slice, Dice, and Rice coming to PlayStation 4. I think I've already covered this. But is it coming to the West or just Japan? Some of these are on Japan. Seems like it's just coming to Japan right now, but I think that this is a easy enough game to translate because it's a fighting game that I think we'll see people actually bother to translate it over. It looks kind of moody in its thing. One of the big stories here, I guess I really don't have too much to say about this. Activision patents a matchmaking concept. They call it a technology, but it's not really in this article. That would push players who haven't bought any microtransaction or any kind of elements like weapons or clothing. It would push players to buy more microtransactions by matching players who haven't bought it with players who have bought a lot of things. Effectively, in some instances, making sure that players who buy microtransactions that affect your gameplay will succeed because they'll be matched against weaker players that haven't bought microtransaction things. This might be an instance in which I'll win. This is a patent and they won the patent, but a lot of times patents don't get used, and on the other hand, now that Activision has a patent over this, I guess other people can't use that without licensing it. However, this is Activision Blizzard we're talking about, who are very greedy, the company of Hearthstone, so I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we see something like Hearthstone using this patent. So as somebody who hasn't bought many card packs, I might get matched up against people who have bought lots of card packs and have lots of cards. That would be a prime example of where this patent would be bad for the player base. But as much as I play Hearthstone, I do have to always remember Activision Blizzard's not my friend, and they're very greedy, and it's easy enough to remember that because they make it pretty obvious. And frankly, a patent like that I wouldn't trust in the hands of very many companies at all in the video game industry. So 246 damage right now. So the Toys to Life concept of having real world toys that then represent some kind of physical DLC that's in games has not been super successful lately. Disney had Disney Infinity, which they shut down. The what are they called? Skyforce, Skylanders, I think it was the other one. Oddly, I believe Electronic Arts actually does have a Toys to Life that they are working on bringing to the market, and that's probably going to fail. And then the most successful one so far has been the Lego Dimensions. However, sadly, Lego Dimensions never came out for PC, and there are individual Lego games that are pretty good that are also making money. So it was this odd combination of you were selling two very different products from the same company, developed by the same company. TT Games is the one that makes Lego games, and they're mostly a subsidiary of Warner Brothers. So I'm gonna get rid of this custom paladin, or let's just make sure. No, I can just play this overload deck. I don't even have to make a new deck to play the Shaman cards. So we're just going to come over here and play a little ranked play. Might as well get those ranked wins in while we can. Trying to get to 500 so we can get a gold character. That will never happen probably. But Lego Dimensions is now being sped up. They haven't officially canceled it, but they, from this report, it's been going for 3 years, and I think they're going to work their way to not doing any more Lego Dimensions. Lego Dimensions, as far as an idea of a game, has some problems because with every new season, they really had to put out a bigger and bigger patches, because any content that they hadn't pre-programmed and put on that disc would have to just be added via DLC to consoles that don't have an incredible amount of extra space in the first place. And the game's Lego Dimensions just got bigger and bigger and bigger with the more toys you bought if you bought level packs. And there were 3 types of packs, I guess, to explain. There were level packs, there were character packs that unlocked skins of new characters or new characters in general, and then there were I believe season expansion packs. So like you really needed to buy the season expansion pack, which the last season expansion pack was, I think, based on the what was it? It was based on the new Ghostbusters movie, which was a flop. So that probably didn't help it much either. I played too strong there, and because I played too strong, he just conceded, which runs counter to my goal of actually playing cards. I need to play 23. I'm a big Lego fan, so I did want to get the Lego Dimensions thing. So Dimensions' second year was centered around the larger, more expansive story packs instead of Dimensions' original Universe Crossing story. Like, the original story had characters coming all over it. And a lot of the characters in LEGO Dimensions didn't seem like they were even targeted or made any sense for kids. Like, Powerpuff Girls, it has like a little bit of a resurgence now, but honestly, I don't think when that expansion came out made sense, other than for people who remembered the cartoon when it first came out. So in the United States, Toys R Us recently declared bankruptcy, and my question is, maybe those toys will go on sale and we could collect the Legos. I could collect the Legos really cheaply without ever actually playing the game and the minifigs, because that would be kind of cool. But I bet that's not the case. I bet it just goes up in price, because there's certainly a lot of Lego collectors out there that will see this as an opportunity for something that is less likely to be collected. And almost everything in LEGO Dimensions will get its own individual game. Like, there's a few things that don't make sense. Like the what is that, guys? Gremlins. Like, the Gremlins character probably not gonna get a LEGO game eventually, but Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, a Sonic LEGO game makes sense. Adventure Time LEGO game makes sense. I think they really have to destroy LEGO Dimensions just so they can use those assets to create more regular LEGO games. Let's see. I'm trying to play here so I can play this card before I overload. But again, that may just cause me to win, but I don't mind. If we got up to rank 15 or something here, that'd be great. I really wanted to see LEGO Dimensions come to PC, but in the meantime, while LEGO Dimensions was happening, they were working on a beta game of a different LEGO game that came to PC, and then they kind of did a 180 and changed the game completely and released it on PC, and it didn't sell that well either. So it was originally, it was going to be this open sandbox area with no story, and then they changed it, and I don't even remember what that one was called. And they put in a story that was pretty bad. I think we've lost Cake Boss, or my chat has just messed up. Oh well. We lost him right when I wrapped up the first recording, so I don't know if he didn't realize I was gonna keep on streaming, or maybe he had to go. It's a shame. It's always a shame when the chat is going good and then it goes quiet. Maybe somebody else will hop into the chat and start talking. Star Ocean is coming to PC for the first time on November 28th with 4K support and Steam achievements. Square Enix is going to be bringing it over. Star Ocean The Last Hope is what it will be called. It was a console game from 2009 on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. I think it's got a pretty big fan following. It's, you know, probably a lesser Final Fantasy game set in more of a science fiction world. I'm looking at the Steam website. It's rated teen, and nobody's reviewed it yet because they haven't. It's not out yet, obviously. This is one of those games where I'm gonna have to wait and see if people love it because it's still a good game, or if people love it because they're nostalgic for it. Either one of those could be the case. In a weird twist, I think this is a really, really weird twist. The Sony Music Entertainment has decided to open its own games publishing label. And it has announced 4 games so far. So Sony Entertainment Organization, or Sony Entertainment Online, SEO, I think is the main company that was running PlayStation and everything, and still is. And the person in charge of that was stepping down and working towards his retirement. And now this feels like almost a blatant announcement of no intent to cooperate with a different department in your mega corporation. Like, it's really crazy to think that if you were working in a job and your department was in charge of handling the mail, if the department next door that was in charge of something completely different said, we're going to start our own mail office and just compete against each other. The only thing I could think here is that maybe there was an internal desire to have a separation, and Sony Music Entertainment is going to be publishing video games that are only really based around their selling their labels and their singers, and maybe putting music in their own games. I wouldn't be surprised if that was exactly the case, actually. Is that they just wanted to they wanted to promote their own music labels things. Do this. Deal. I can't target that one. So do this. And then do this. There we go. The first game they have is called Tiny Metal. I'm gonna watch the trailer for that. Let's see. It looks like a cheap mobile game. Just people fighting each other in tanks, and the CG is pretty big, but this might be just a cutscene. Yeah, it changed now to actual gameplay, and it's almost a tower defense style thing. And the cutscene that I'm seeing it's not even well animated if you know it's a cutscene. Yep. So maybe there's some major music being licensed and played back here. Maybe this is the next scam in the music industry, is that they're going to license their own music to video games, so people might play those video games, and then YouTube can content ID and run ads against them to get the music company more money. That's kind of what they do right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're now trying to encourage it on both ends. Like, honestly though, Sony Music has not given me a lot of trouble, because I think they operate under a different name that you wouldn't recognize as Sony. I think it might be UMG, a Universal Music Group, is Sony or something. Whereas Warner Brothers has given me trouble, and there's a few other ad revenue for a third party gives everybody trouble, and they're fraudulent, as far as I can tell. And there's a couple others as far as music in video games, but they're not terrible. Or I've been very lucky. The next game is called Last Standard Short, and it's a PV, a 3D action game with a pretty dull trailer. Some kind of psychodrive system. And see, this looks like a fighting game where you walk down a street alley and fight people in this alley, and I wouldn't be surprised after you beat somebody if you just continue walking down this ever continuing moving alley, or maybe it takes you out of the menu. It is a fighting game though. It's a 3D fighting game with weapons, which seems a little weird. See, the next one is called Markova Avalanche, and I think PV means something in Japanese. These all seem to be coming directly from Japan. These are all very heavily Japanese influenced games. And like, I just watched that trailer and I didn't even get anything on there. Best I can tell, you're some kind of robot that is running on wheels, that's running in the desert and fighting. I mean, it seems very much like it's the exact same as the previous game, except for this time you're a robot and you're in the desert versus being in the city. And that was 3 games. So and they're using this new phrase called unties instead of indies. It's UNTIES, as in unties, as how I would pronounce that. And they're using that as a phrase to indicate that this is excellent talents of unique game creators all over the world unleashed. So you're unleashing these indies by not actually having them be independent because they have a publisher, and 3 of these games are coming to PC, and frankly none of them look interesting enough to be on PC at all. So I don't think Sony Music Entertainment is going to start on the right foot if they are going to be one of the new publishers out there. Maybe it would be a good thing if there was a new publisher out there to take over some of the spots of Ubisoft and EA and Konami. A lot of those companies are not making a lot of games, or they're not making a lot of people happy. But I don't think for a second Sony's gonna do it right. If Sony as a major corporation has taught me one thing, it's that if they can screw something up, they will screw something up. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Let's get rid of this guy. New releases on Steam are expected to reach 6,000 this year. They've already had more games released on Steam because of Steam Direct mostly in 2017 than all of 2016, which isn't saying too much really when you consider we're in October. Like, if this happened in February, then that would be a little bit more shocking. A game called Brawlhalla, which is a PC version of a Smash Brothers clone, has come out of early access. And I find that a little suspicious and surprising because I thought there was a lot more work to do on it. And if it's coming out of early access this early, I don't particularly see that as a inherently good thing. It makes me wonder if they're giving up on it and that's as good as it's gonna get. Now Smash Brothers, a major part of its interest is that you were playing as Mario fighting other Nintendo characters, or you're playing as some Nintendo character fighting other Nintendo characters. Brawlhalla doesn't have any of that to lean on. It looks very much like Smash Brothers, but all the characters are new, and that's gonna be an issue. Get really lucky and hit 6 damage. Darn it. Nope. I'm watching the trailer. Let's see. Let's go to their Steam site. It's not incredibly expensive, and it's got very good reviews as far as all reviews. But I wonder if there's any recent reviews that say anything confusing. Like, so if I sort by negative and say show graph, I like this new graph that they've added to Steam, but they hide the graph so you don't even see it unless you want to see it. There's a lot of good reviews in June 2010 starting there, and then it got some major coverage I think in 2016 because there's a huge spike in reviews, and then they really weren't getting any negative reviews until it started getting coverage, which probably means that all of its reviews before that point were not really that legitimate. However, I have been noticing that the number of positive reviews are going down. There's a downward trope, but it's still very far ahead. Let's see. Date range. Only a specific range. Let's see. So you have to use the graph now to see a specific range of reviews. Interesting. Let's see.
That's not a valid target.
Just go ahead and play these cards. Let's see. Recent posts. I sent a bug report and devs haven't fixed it for years. I have 320 negative 320 mammoth coins and I can't use any of the skins I bought. Interesting. Awful boring, no instructions. Everybody is a tryhard, and you get them matched with people who have been sunk thousands of hours into this game. 0 out of 10. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Doesn't seem like those are particularly valid negative reviews, if I'm gonna be fair. Let's see. Here's something not in English. So Brawlhalla seems like it's probably fine as a game. Seems like kind of just some general people that didn't like the game. You can't make everybody happy. There is a 32-player international prize pool that they're doing, so they're definitely trying to make this an esports game, which might easily push Brawlhalla away from being something interesting for regular players. But that's, I guess, just a risk you have to take with a fighting game like that. I guess I now need to see somebody to actually play it now that it is out of early access and see how that really works. Moving on to the next news story, mixed reality startup Magic Leap secures $502 million in funding, which is kind of ridiculous because if it's the Magic Leap I remember, it's already gotten a lot of funding. Magic Leap is just a device supposed to be used in augmented reality and be able to see where all 10 of your fingers are in front of your monitor or in front of your hands. Yeah, and Google's invested $542 million, and they got another $500 million, and then it got another $793 million from investors in China. So this company is getting a lot of investment, so it's either going to be an amazing success or a huge waste of people's money. There's a report that the UK development team of Sumo Digital is preparing to go public. They're the creators of Little Big Planet 3 and Snake Pass, which was a game that came out recently and I wanted to play, and Crackdown 3, which is is about to go public. Ooh, this could be bad for them though. Like, in general, I don't want companies to be public. But that's just kind of my own personal thing. I wish all video game companies could just focus on making video games and not satisfying stockholders. But Little Big Planet 3, good game, not a huge success. And Snake Pass, good game, not a huge success. And Crackdown 3 is been delayed. It feels more like they're about to go public to save themselves, not to ride the wave of success. If you told me CD Projekt Red was about to go public, I'd believe, oh, that's because The Witcher 3 was a huge success and they want to make as much money as possible off of that. But this is the exact opposite of that case. Yeah. Well, we are done with the Americas account, so now it's time to quit out and switch to the, let's see, European account. Why not? We still got a large amount of news, and we still got a lot of time. Now about 10 minutes in this recording. And in this instance, I have all 3 of my daily quests done, so I need to play and make some progress here. Divine Shielded Minions, Druid and Hunter, and Warlock class cards. So let's play as a warlock on the Tavern Brawl while I cover the news. But I am gonna have to start an arena run, and I think I'll start it next recording. Warlock, there we go, and begin. I need a victory on the Tavern Brawl. I need to play warlock cards. Here's a game I've been keeping my eye on because it just seems like a very strange game to even come out of Japan, because the Japanese people directly connect having tattoos with being in the mob, the Yakuza. And here's this game called Tokyo Tattoo Girls, which is just not something you would see appealing to the Japanese market. And yet I'm watching this trailer and you're seeing a lot of anime girls getting full back tattoos and similar. It does look like Yakuza tattoos to me. And I don't know if they do anything else in this game. It seems like this might be a sticker placing game, except for instead of placing stickers, you're placing tattoos. It's coming out for the PC and the PS Vita November 14th in North America, November 17th in Europe. And I'm seeing a lot of characters, but I'm not seeing any real fighting or anything. Like, so I still don't know what this game is about. It keeps throwing me for a loop. Like, is this really just a game where you just put tattoos on the backs of girls? It might be. Yeah, there's a lot of Japanese games that are just not much to them. Let's see. Is this game, or is this? Yeah, I'm looking at Rock Paper Shotgun, a subsidiary of the same major company as PC Gamer, and they're just promoting like a comic site. It's not even video game related. Let's just play this. So yeah, that's not really news worth mentioning because it's just an advertisement. Next game we have is one called Hakioki Edo Blossoms. That's Hakuoki, which is coming to the West in spring of 2018. Let's see what kind of game this is from Japan. It's always interesting to cover these games because they don't get much coverages. Probably for a good reason. They show up and they're available, but they're not really on store shelves or anything. Death Rattle cards cost 2 less. Let's do that. That'll be interesting. And whenever this attacks, add a random minion card to your hand from your opponent's class. Let's do this. Let's see. It has multiple endings, 12 charming bachelors. Okay, so it's a visual novel romance game. And that's the main reason why these Japanese games don't get any coverage, is that most of them look very interesting in the trailer or in a still picture, but once you see that they're just a visual novel game, they're like too much commitment and not worth your time. Too much talking, too much reading. Nintendo is bringing its Project Arms update, which will bring replays and a badge-based achievement system. So that will be Arms 3.2. Is it called Project Arms, or is it just called Arms? I guess it's just called Arms. Just watch the trailer on that. I will cover Nintendo things, even if I don't play the games. Might as well. Deal damage to the minions next to it. Interesting. And then destroy friendly minions and distort. Let's see. Let's just do this. That should work. The ARMS game, I guess if you can't get a regular Punch-Out game, which I guess you can't, maybe it's just too violent to have a regular boxing game these days. I guess ARMS is the closest you're going to get. It's kind of surprising that somebody else doesn't try to make some kind of boxing game or MMA game, but even Electronic Arts has no interest in covering sports that aren't the major sports.
Just me and Mr. Bitey.
Let's watch this Kickstarter. I covered a Kickstarter before last time. They usually waste their time, but let's see what this trailer looks like. Well, it's not in English. It's for a point-and-click adventure game. It has a goal of $94,000, and it's only gotten $4,000, and it has 26 days to go. And I don't think this one's gonna succeed because its animation style is a little rough. It has a style like you might see on some of the Adult Swim things, but it's a little jittery too. Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna succeed, so I'll tell the name. It's called Shadow of the Mask, but as always, I don't think people should fund Kickstarters. League of Legends World Championships is getting its own montage video. Can we see it? Or I guess this is the video I'm watching. It's kind of like the Overwatch videos, I think, in part just advertisement. So I just basically read a PC Gamer article that was an advertisement for an advertisement. Like, no real news there. Team Meat, makers of Super Meat Boy Forever, which is coming out eventually, says that it probably won't be for free, which I guess is good to know. But I don't know if there really was any question about it ever being free.
Give me a quest. Don't mess with me.
Let's see, stealth. I can't play this card, sadly. Well, I can, but it would make no sense to do it. Former Visceral designer says Dead Space 2 cost $60 million to develop and underperformed. The game sold 4 million copies and that wasn't enough. Interesting there, because if Dead Space 2 is at $60 for 4 million copies, which, alright, let's say that that's true, then 6 times 4 would be $240 million. You subtract the $60 million to develop, and you assume that $60 million includes the paying of all the employees and everything that would require to develop that game. I don't get it. How can 60 million be bigger than 240 million? That's not a underperformer in my book. You made money. But then again, EA didn't want to just make money. They wanted to make a lot of money. And that's why they put a bunch of microtransactions in Dead Space 3 and ruined it and frustrated everybody. And that's why EA has now decided to shut down Visceral completely. And we'll talk about that later. Let's see. $60 million to make a game is a very useful number when looking at Kickstarters that only want a few $1,000s. Like, there's a major disconnect there. I think even making a small independent game that's going to be good, you're probably talking at least $1 million. And so if a Kickstarter isn't asking for at least $1 million, it's probably not going to actually get finished as a product. And on the other hand, if they are asking for $1 million, they're probably not going to get funded and get that money. So I find that Kickstarter is not helpful either way. I would also argue that $60 million is probably twice as much as needs to be spent on the games these days. Don't make new engines. Don't try to go for 8K graphics and 4K graphics. If you just kind of left the main things, the servers, the microtransactions, the excessively high graphics, if you just kind of let everything be good but not great, you could, in my uneducated guess, you could probably make a game for 30 million and it would still be a AAA title and it would be great. You don't need to hire famous writers that don't even write the games well. You don't need to hire famous voice actors that don't even voice act in games well. There's been a lot of missteps and a lot of flaunting and throwing around money. And of the $60 million for Dead Space 2, if this is an accurate number, how much of that really went to management paychecks? Like, is any of that included, or is none of that included? It's very possible that 45 of the $60 million just were paying research that was unnecessary, managers that were unnecessary, CEOs, stock buyouts, stock buybacks. Could be any number of things. Licensing music at ridiculously high prices. Like, there's so many different ways you could launder money into the budget of a video game, so you could get that up to that ridiculously high number. Well, I'm not playing right now because I'm just trying to wrap up. Next time we will move forward with the arena run, and we need to get at least 2 of these daily quests done. That's going to be it for this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back with another live stream of Hearthstone. So we are working on the European account right now. Today's Wednesday, October 18th. We need to do the arena runs that I've already purchased. I guess I shouldn't pre-purchase arena runs going forward. just because we're going to get a free entry with the next expansion. We also have some daily quests. We need to get 2 of these done, so I need a victory with a druid or a hunter, 5 victories, which that's asking a lot. Or play divine shield minion, 10 of which, or warlock class cards. So I need to pick either a druid or a hunter, and not a paladin. So unless there's just no druid or hunter here, which there isn't, I guess I'm playing paladin. I've got the Hearth Arena app, but I'm gonna have to close it because it shows ads now. It's ridiculous. Like, that's what I figured. Like, so we're just gonna cheat and pick the highest number that we can do. If I can find something with the divine shield and play it, that would be nice too. We've got a lot of news to still cover. We had Cake Boss on the chat and then we lost him, and so we're going late. I started at 4 in Central Time, and I think I'm gonna try to always start at 4 Central Time, but because of the arena runs today, we're gonna go late no matter what, regardless of when I started. So here's one of those PC Gamer articles that I complain about, and I'm complaining more and more about them, frankly, because they're some of the worst that I'm following. And either I don't follow them anymore and then I have less news, or I find a suitable replacement that, wow, that's a high number one. That one's gonna get nerfed, almost certainly. But it's a new card too, and that's why it hasn't been nerfed so far. PC Gamer goes, are indie games too cheap? And that's funny because Bank of America just today downgraded the credit rating of Chipotle, which is a restaurant, because, quote, they were paying their employees too much. Like, wow. So you don't have a good credit rating because the bank thinks you're paying your employees too much. That's ridiculous. And it kind of feeds really well into the idea that the banks have too much power and they might be able to control things. I mean, if they can make it more difficult for your business to do business because they don't like that you're paying employees, it's like, that's scary. That's really scary. And it's not like they can just go to a local credit union or a different bank and get a line of credit. They could try, certainly, but if you're talking a major corporation, you know, Bank of America in the United States is probably one of 3 or 4 major companies that could give you a line of credit for large amounts of dollars, millions and millions. You're not going to get that through multiple different sources. Hey, I already have a win, and I think the reason why I already have a win is because I got this extra win free and this arena run free from the last expansion. So let's go ahead and just close this because we don't need it anymore. The average indie game on Steam costs less than $9 and sells few copies. Are those prices sustainable? Well, let's be honest. If you're averaging out all the indie games on Steam, then 99.9% of them, to guess, are garbage. And they're fake games, or they're close to fake games. They're only there to sell trading cards or achievements. They're not made by legitimate companies that want to legitimately sell product and actually have any pride behind it. So that's really the wrong perspective. If you said, on the other hand, all the good indie games average to the price of $9 and sell very few copies, it still might be very doable, particularly with Steam Direct. If you only have to put $100 down to put your game on Steam, and then you sell 12 copies, well, 13 copies, you've made your $100 back. You sell 26 and you've doubled your money. Like, if you're just one person who programmed a game at a game jam or as in class while you were going through programming class, $9 and selling less than 100 copies might work. It only makes this argument only makes sense if you're an indie company that has 100 developers that have been working for 6 months and their game is selling for $9. Most indie sellers and indie developers seem to be more than happy to allow their games to go on sale for a lot more than the regular price that is required by AAA developers. Like, you very rarely see a AAA game go below $10. Maybe you'll get it down to 7 or 8, even when the biggest of the biggest sales happen. And see, PC Gamer is continuing here and is saying the rising costs of production. I was just saying in the last recording, they need to stop increasing the cost of production in games. All games can look good on a reasonable budget. We don't need to push everything up to 4K, 8K graphics. We don't need to hire famous voice actors. We don't need to make things 300-hour experiences. Just keep the games at the price they are at, or lower the price of games, because frankly, even though you may be paying $60 for the base game, in reality you're probably paying $90 to $100 plus on a AAA game when you buy all the DLC that is kind of necessary, and you have the season pass, and you maybe make a microtransaction here and there. Like,
It's time for a little blood.
they're mentioning The Witness. The Witness was a hugely overpriced game that came out at $40, and it has never been on sale for less than $20. And you know what? The Witness is a decent game, but it lost a lot of sales for its high price, and it really isn't worth more than about $12. It's missing any real story. But the person that made it got away with it because they were famous for a previous game that they had made. And the other argument you could make for games like The Witness is that the person that was developing it, I think it's Jonathan Blow, he really was taking his time and being obsessive about quality, and he enjoyed that as much as it hurt him. Like, he can say he should be paid for his time because it took him a long time to make The Witness, but I would argue the exact opposite is also true too, that he wasn't working at the rate that other video game developers, non-indie developers, were working at. He wasn't really moving that fast or being efficient with his time, and because he was independent, he was able to get away with that. If Jonathan Blow was making The Witness and it took him as long as it did under EA or Ubisoft, he would have been fired and the project would have been scrapped, and then the game wouldn't have been sold for anything. It's really, really ridiculous for PC Gamer to try to tell the consumer that they should pay more. Like, that is just so pro-business, ridiculous propaganda. The consumer should always try to get the best deal they can, or not buy things if they're not worth buying it. In the United States in particular, there is this attempt to turn spending and supporting companies into a religion, and certainly the Nintendo fanboys and the Sony and Microsoft fanboys have often, without realizing it, come to the defense or preached propaganda for their favorite company, when really their favorite company could have handled it or taken a little criticism or deserved a little criticism. And it really doesn't get down to a real world perspective, where in the United States and around the world times are really tough. Like, income and number of hours and permanent jobs are going downward in the United States, not upward. So if video games become more expensive, something else is going to be lost, or more games are going to get pirated. And there's no good reason to say, in general, any type of game should go up in price. They should go down in production cost. They should streamline and become more efficient, which is part of what capitalism is supposed to be, but has long since been forgotten in favor of lining CEOs' pockets and stockholders' pockets. Let's see, moving on with the news so we don't get into a rant. There's a mystery adventure called Indigenous Cyber Noir. Let's see, there's a demo for it, and you play as an investigator in the cyberpunk North America. I'm looking at the trailer right now. It's slowly zooming out on some kind of badly animated things. Oh, you know what? I've been watching these videos on low resolution, so I'll have to remember that because in this instance particularly, it looks bad because it's a low resolution stream on YouTube. But now that I've seen the actual gameplay of it, it also looks bad too. So I stand reaffirmed in my initial evaluation for a different reason. It's just sharp edges, low polygon count, 2D characters. itch.io prototype is available. It's coming out. Ooh, what does this say? Like, wait a minute. The name of the game is called Purity and Decay, and it's coming out in 2020. Or it's expected to come out in 2020, so it's not even anywhere close to being done. Yeah, and I'm probably gonna get just 3 losses on this arena run. I'm not even really caring. Like, I have an equal chance playing on the European and Asian accounts that have far fewer cards unlocked. I still have an equal chance to succeed, but that chance is always 50-50. And you really have to pay attention to even get that much done. Let's see. Capcom's Apollo Justice: Ace Attorney revamp is coming out on the 3DS in the UK on November 23rd and the United States on November 21st. So it was first released on the DS in 2007, but I don't think it was the 4th game in the Ace Attorney, well, the Apollo Justice series, following the conclusion of the original Phoenix Wright trilogy. Yeah, they've done some weirdness around these detective things, because there's been Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright, and Professor Layton. There's quite a few of them, and now there's a new Professor Layton, Lady Layton, which was like the next generation.
Nothing scares me. Except me.
Reporting for duty.
Silent lover.
It's an eShop only release for $20. And arguably, it's an indie game. No, it's not. It's from Capcom, but I mean, what does an indie really mean? Is it an independent game because it doesn't have a big publishing company behind it? Or is it independent because it's small and it's minded in its marketing and its reach? Personally, I don't like the phrase indie because it's lost a lot of its value. And I like to think of it more as AAA, AA, and single A games. That way, you kind of have a better idea as far as what you're actually going to expect from a game. Like, if Capcom wants to make a single A game that's a small 5-hour experience on the 3DS, that makes sense. Or if they want to make a AAA game that's a 300-hour expanding open world experience, that makes sense too. And it tells more about the specific game than just saying, well, this is an indie game because it was a small group. Like, even in large companies, half the time they might be a small group that's working on that one game. The way they break up companies into different departments and offices. Let's see. Here's a new story about the LEGO Dimensions being winded down by WB. I've already talked about it, but I'm not super surprised. It is a little interesting that it's being done ahead of what their schedule is. I thought their schedule would have been to wind it down even 6 months ago. Let's see, the UK government was petitioned to label loot boxes as gambling, and their response was, the Gambling Commission is keeping this matter under review and will continue to monitor the developments. So really, really amazing stuff there. Like, that's the problem with petition.com or change.com or change.org or whatever. All of these websites that, whether they're directly connected to the government or not, the government just says they'll respond to things. Like, they'd respond to any question asked by a reporter, which is to say the government won't really respond to them at all. They'll just give a canned statement that means nothing and didn't really say anything. Let's see. Let's see, the update is Cambridge Labour MP Daniel Zeichner submitted 2 questions on the subject of loot boxes and in-game gambling to Karen Bradley, the UK government's Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport, which I don't know how their government works enough to say anything about that, but I would heavily guess that that means he filed the question officially and then it won't be responded to, or you'll just get a canned response. However, for the world, China has already said put some restrictions on loot boxes. If the UK and the EU work to put restrictions on loot box gambling too, then it really only leaves the United States out. I imagine Canada would quickly put some restrictions in there, and it'll just be a domino effect of countries putting restrictions there. I imagine a lot of the more restrictive Asian and Middle Eastern countries would put restrictions anyways. Russia will probably put restrictions, or already has them. So yeah, if the United States is the only place that still allows loot boxes gamblings, the website, the video game developers may abandon it or change loot boxes just so they can sell it in the rest of the world anyways. It wouldn't be a very long amount of time where you could get away with having loot boxes in the United States and then the rest of the world being left out in the lurch. Because video games are a pretty global market, and you're not going to get away with that. Here's an advertisement on PC Gamer for Warframe, talking about a clever plot twist that reshapes the story. Playing a long con. Clearly this is just an advertisement for Warframe now. It has nothing really to do with any actual announcement of any actual facts of import. If you like Warframe, go play the game, find the plot twist, see if it's interesting to you or not. Here's another article about UK governments and loot boxes. It's the same story. EA is closing Visceral Games and changes the direction of the Star Wars game that they were working on. Pretty much, it's the way it reads, while everybody is interpreting it the same way, and I guess maybe everybody could potentially be misinterpreting it, but it's highly unlikely. The way their statement came out, which I think was probably a pretty bad statement, is that they're shutting down Visceral Games, makers of Dead Space 1 and 2, and I guess 3 too. They are shutting them down, and they claim they're moving a lot of the employees to other places, but they're also moving the single-player story game to being a more like Destiny open-world MMO game, because that's what they want in EA. Is they want something where they can microtransaction and make a lot of money off of people for a very long period of time.
Nothing scares me.
That they have no interest of just making a good game that's a single player experience. They want something like some of their failed attempts, which don't really work, honestly. Like more and more games like Destiny, games like For Honor is a good one that failed miserably for very similar reasons. There's The Division, which really hasn't succeeded in expectations in my boat. It's pretty much unrealistic to even want to play The Division now or when it first came out. These games have no life to them. They feel soulless, and they die if you're not playing them right when they're brand new, and they're gonna have no resale value because they're all online 100%. I guess that's mostly just my opinion, but I don't want to see a video game industry full of games like Destiny. I don't even like Destiny that much. Let's kill that one and that one. There we go. Next story, Minecraft's Better Together update that came out apparently is a mess on console. Which console? I guess that would be Xbox, because I doubt it couldn't be PlayStation, could it? I'm not playing very many shielded minions here, but we did get 2 victories. yeah, I guess you really dropped the ball if you're going to call your update Better Together, and then the game is not better, and it's giving you trouble playing together. I don't know about Minecraft. Like, the only Minecraft that I'm interested in is the Java edition, and it just feels like eventually they're going to stop adding any new features to the Java edition, and it will just become the other versions, the Windows Store versions that get all the new updates. I might be stuck in one of these network bugs where you get a lot of victories, and that would be great on an arena run. If I just get 12 quick disconnects as to succeed, I will take that. I won't bat an eye at cheating that way. We already talked about this. Much more famous Hearthstone player than me, Kriparian, had a appendicitis and is in the hospital. Seems like they took it out, and he was able to put up a video, but he's recovering. So yeah, watch his channel if you want more updates about that. His videos are a little weird, if I can criticize somebody who has way more views and fans than me, but he kind of just talks and then shows clips. So I imagine he's got somebody that writes the intro for him, or he writes the intro, and then he has somebody else that's taking clips of his regular live streams, and then he combines that into a short 5-minute video that he just puts on YouTube every now and then. Here's that story from a long time ago. Like 2 recordings ago, I talked about Fire Emblem Warriors having some free DLC. One of the other free DLCs it has is a Japanese voice pack at launch. So if you want to play Fire Emblem Warriors on the Switch on October 20th when it comes out, and hear the original voice language, which, okay, I don't know if they're going to subtitle any of that, so you may have some problems, but then again, it is a Dynasty Warriors style game, so it probably wouldn't be a big deal. You can download the Japanese language patch. The weirdest thing about this as an option is I've never seen it in any other game where you have to download as DLC the original language. And for the Switch in particular, that's going to take up a lot of a very limited amount of space. Like, you could easily think it's maybe 1 or 2 gigabytes, maybe less, of space just extra on your SD card or internal memory on the Switch. And the Switch didn't have that much space to begin with. I guess we'll do this. Do this. And this. And this. And that. If it for PC games, particularly Steam, where you're downloading the game anyways, it doesn't matter if the voice pack is separate. I just think if you were going to do it that way, there would be an incredibly large amount of people that never saw it and never experienced it as an option. So you're kind of hiding an option that that may go unseen for many players. Let's see. Middle-earth Shadow of War, a game that's probably not worth playing at all or owning. It says they will in the next update, or a coming update, you will get Infinite Shadow Wars. Let's see. Infinite shall provide a endless fort defense at the end of the game. Will be released alongside the Slaughter Tribe Nemesis expansion. So, from how I've understood it, Shadow of War at the end gives you this incredibly boring and long slog to get to the end cutscene, get to the ending of the game. And it's not, from what I've heard, that you have to buy loot boxes or that you even really need to. It's just that it's kind of slow and boring. At least that's what somebody on Giant Bomb said. In fact, he said he had plenty of loot boxes because there was really so much money that you had earned at that point. It wouldn't have mattered. But after you get to the end cutscene, that long, boring slog that feels like it should just go on forever stops. So they seem very much of two minds, where they don't know whether they want it to be part of the game or not. And so now this update with Infinite Shadow Wars are going to allow you to continue to do what is effectively a castle defense mini game. It's more complicated than a mini game, but it is just defending the castles that you took over during the main game against being defeated, I think, by AI characters, because I think there also is an online PC game part where you can have your keep rated, but you don't really lose anything if it's rated. Let's see, can I make it to the end?
Is that it?
Can I win, or have I lost? Next news, we have one called Dokoku Soshite, D-O-U-K-O-K-U space S-O-S-H-I-T-E. Is going to be remastered for PlayStation 4 and PS Vita. Is it coming to the Americas or just Japan? And what kind of game is it? Is it a visual novel? Let's see. Seems like a murder mystery game, kind of like a visual novel. In Japan, it will launch on April 26th in Japan. It will cost 7,800 yen. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of a puzzle game.
Reporting for duty.
I think I've got a victory here, but it's always too early to claim victory in Hearthstone.
I know who you are.
And that's not really anything.
Well fought. I can see.
And nope. I might be close to the end of the news, but I need to go back, and we've been streaming so long. Hey, and we got up to a 4 win. If we get a couple more disconnects, if we can get up to 7, you get your money back. Guaranteed, I believe, is how it works. So 7 wins out of potential 12 is what you're looking for in every arena run. Can you get it every arena run? No. There's a game coming to Steam called Bomber Crew that looks like FTL, which is a game I played a long time ago, about 2 years ago. It was one of the first, like this, it was the second game I ever covered for my channel. And it was pretty good, but it was a little frustrating. Pretty frustrating. So you're set in World War II instead of space, and you're controlling crew to play it. Is there a trailer here? No, this is just this is literally one still image. And guess which site put out this advertisement that for a game with no real facts. It starts with P and ends with gamer, and there's a C in the middle. Anyways, it's coming to Steam Thursday, October 19th. I bet nobody hears anything more about it. But maybe it will be a good game. You never know. It's hard to believe sometimes when only one site is even talking about a game. Let's see. Hatsune Miku Project Diva Feature Tone DX is going to have a photo mode of some sort. So, Japanese games in particular love to just continuously add more announcements on top of announcements. So, you'll see the same game announce they've got this feature and this feature and this feature and talk about it more and more. And usually I can scroll down to the bottom of Gematsu and they'll tell me when it's coming out. Let's see. It will launch on the PlayStation 4 on November 12th in Japan, both in standard and limited editions. And the Hatsune Miku games haven't really come over to the West at all. Just for the music licensing alone, I think there might be problems.
Gadgets and Gazette always gets the scoop.
Let's attack this, this, in the turn. We already talked about this game. We already talked about Activision's patent to make you buy more microtransactions. And we already talked about the Hearthstone expansion. Let's see, Mutant Football League is coming to NFL Blitz. I don't know though why NFL Blitz is in the news. Is this a new version of NFL Blitz or is this the old one? Like, I think that would be kind of cool if there's a new NFL Blitz, but this article seems like it's talking about an old game. Or maybe, perhaps, there's just like this is just an article interviewing people. And guess where this article's from too. This isn't even written like an article. It's just Dave, he says this. Jim, he said this. Dave, he said this. It's like talking about the game these two people played. Not news, not news.
Let me think.
Let's see. Summon this.
If I must.
Do this. Here's a new game. Summon Night 6 Lost Borders launches October 31st in North America, shortly after in Europe. How shortly after? Physical and digital versions for the PlayStation 4 and Vita. And what kind of game is Summon Night 6 Lost Borders? It sounds like there's been 5 more of them that I haven't heard of. Let's see. It's a combat game and then night conversations, one encounter where various killers confide in one another. So not night conversations implying something like romance, I think just inherently, I just think it probably means what would be the right phrase to say? Intimate conversations seem to be a factor. Okay. Next turn I can win as long as I don't die, which I probably will, unless he plays Reno Jackson.
The menagerie is for
It has more than a dozen endings, so it really is more of a visual novel with combat. But it is also 3D. Like, I don't know how, as a YouTuber, I can wrap around the idea of doing multiple ending games. Like, I've done a few Telltale games where there might be 1 or 2 differences at the end. But if there's 12 different endings and you're trying to get it, something like Nier Automata would have to be the type of game you were talking about, where most of the endings are easy enough to get and joke endings, and not, and even in Nier Automata, there's still a significant number of endings that want you to play the game 3 times. Speaking of Nier Automata, this is news that comes from a slightly different source. Apparently, the director of Nier Automata wants to, once in his life, before he's retired, direct a porno. Which, okay, fair enough. I suppose you probably already saw he had some inclination to that already, because the Nier Automata designs are a little risque in their fashion already. So, yeah. I don't want to ruin his dream or anything, or so maybe somebody famous enough like that will get away with doing that once. It's kind of a weird desire, but if you're a director, it makes sense. There's a new Humble Bundle, and it's the Humble Down Under Bundle. For $1 you can get a Steam key. For less than $1 you don't get Steam keys. Hey, and that's another victory. For the Warlock of Firestep Mountain, never heard of it. Screen Cheat, which is a 4-player game. Hand of Fate, totally worth it, but then you would have to buy the DLC of Hand of Fate, so the DLC is not included there. And then Satellite Rain, which might be worth it. And then if you get more than the average, which let me just reload to make sure the average hasn't changed. No, hasn't. Wow. The average right now is only $3.67 for this, and usually it's above $5 after a couple of days. You will get Hacknet and the DLC Hacknet Labyrinth and Crawl and Hurt World, and then if you pay $12 you'll get Armello, which the third tier on Humble Bundle is almost never worth it. Like, at least in my opinion, it doesn't seem like it ever works in your favor. You're still paying too much money for a game you didn't plan on purchasing before. But the middle tier usually does work it. However, on this Humble Bundle, I already own Hand of Fate, and all the rest of the games are not really games that are high priority that I play them. So, I've chosen to pass that and not do that. Speaking of choices, I guess I'm going to have to figure out what I want to do with the stream now that I am either out of news or very close to being out of news. Let's see. I'm back to my Twitter feed.
Glory to the Sindora.
Let's see. Here's an opinion piece why Mercy's recent overhaul made her too powerful. Don't play Overwatch, so I have no idea if that's accurate or not.
Nothing scares me.
Oh, I should have played
Except
this
mice.
instead, but whatever.
What a bother.
Let's see. Next, Runer adds update number 3. I think Runer needed some updates.
The dark path is my destiny.
Let's see. What do I want to do? I guess I have to play this and this
Reporting for duty.
and
Is
keep
that it?
doing damage.
What a bother.
Let's see. New Counter-Strike Go Dust 2 map.
Bring me steel.
Don't really play Counter-Strike Go, so I don't know anything about that. Or really even care about it. HTC Vive is giving some awards away for something. There was a Student Game Awards that was going on, and they were rewarding people
Is that
for that.
Well met.
Nope, that's not the one I wanted, but whatever.
To battle by the holy light.
So, Hideo Kojima he's now of Kojima Productions. I didn't realize that was his company. And then Todd Howard of Bethesda Game Studios, and then Ika, I can't even say the name. Somebody from Supercell, someone from EA Motive, and someone from Respawn were the jury giving the students awards for their submissions. Those student games, if they ever do become real world games, will look so different. Remember, Portal 1 was a student game called Vernacular Drop or something, and it looked completely different when it was finally made and sold. And as I'm scrolling down here at my Twitter feed, I don't think there's anything right here. And I'm about to lose, if I was to guess. See, the National Video Game Museum grants. Well, no. Let's read this article. This is actual news. Actual news. Who would have guessed? And I was defeated, didn't make it to 7 victories, but I got a lot further than I thought I would. I got really lucky with some quick disconnects there. And do I have anything else to talk about? As far as news, it's 7 o'clock, kind of late. We get a card pack, we get 55 dust and 55 gold. So, 150 entry fee on the arena, and we started with an extra win, which pushed us up. Let's not forget that part. So we got roughly 5 extra gold between the card pack and the gold pouch, and we also got a card pack expansion equivalent or more in 55 dust. because you get about 40 dust if you have duplicates. Now, of course, this is on my European server, so I very possibly don't have any duplicates here. We'll see. We'll see if any of these can be dusted. And on the European server, I was dusting gold versions to make common versions. And yeah, I have like 1 extra common. So that got me 5 dust. But that's good. That means if we type in new and hit enter and then come out of crafting mode, we got this card is new, this card is new, these 2 cards are new, and that card is new. Now I have 2 of those. That's actually kind of surprising. And where are we now? Like, there's no reason to make a 4th stream here. Let's just quickly open that last bit of news. Or you know what? I'll just talk about it on Friday. That makes a lot more sense too. So what we're gonna do now is go into the post show. It makes sense. There is still 5 Divine Shield minions I need to play. I can do that actually really quickly if I can get the Tavern Brawl done. That's the one thing I need to do, is get a Tavern Brawl done, play 5 Divine Shield, and play a bunch of Warlock class cards. And that'll leave us set for Friday. Yeah, I don't really have to worry about this one. And I haven't even touched the Asian account, but what we'll do is I'll risk it and not do the arena run on the Asian account today, and we'll save that for Friday. That makes sense. Why am I talking about scheduling in the recording? I don't know. That's it for this recording though. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend to follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Okay, for the live stream, I'll be back. I'm going to take a small break, and then we will be for the post game. Alright, so this will be the last you hear of me tonight. Thanks for watching.
Uther versus Arthas.
For Lordaeron!
I will fight with honor.
The battle is over. You win.
Uther versus Garrosh.
Victory or death!
I will fight with honor.
The legions I command.
The light protects me.
You shall not pass.
Reporting for duty.
My blade be thirsty.
For the crusade!
I fight.
To battle!
Mind if I roll need?
Tazdingo!
To battle!
I fight.
Join or die.
This jungle hides many secrets.
Must I slay you again?
Jaman!
I fight.
Join or die.
I hope you like my invention.
Silver Moon shall not fall.
Join or die.
Obliteration.
Pass me that Arclight spanner.
Reporting for duty.
Remember, kill for us.
If you're sure.
Job done.
I got the best deals anywhere.
Mind if I roll need?
To battle!
Oh, if you're sure. Hey, give me a minute.
Mind if I roll need?
All realities, all dimensions are open to me.
Join or die. Or both.
Hey, give me that!
To battle!
Oh, if you're sure.
Death again.
Job done.
It's time for a little blood.
To Northrend!
You shall not pass.
Let the pain speak to me.
I have no time for games.
Tazdingo! Yes!
I hope you like my invention.
Don't worry, loves. The cavalry's here.
Tazdingo! Yes!
Giddy up!
A game? So kind of you to join me.
Gul'dan versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild. Your soul shall be mine!
So many possibilities. So many possibilities.
You are not the boss of me. I don't wanna.
Why do you call?
I don't wanna.
As you command. Almost out of time.
Out and round.
Where shall I strike?
done.
Gul'dan versus Thrall!
For Doomhammer, your soul shall be mine!
Out of Rydo! Necessary?
You're in trouble now.
You are not the boss of me!
As the master wishes.
Necessary?
You're in trouble now.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
out of time.
Job's done.
How long can this go on? How long can this go on?
Engaging TC-130 into dislocator. You are not the boss of me.
Why do you fall?
Get them, boys.
Sealing travailing tremble.
Gul'dan versus Uther.
I will fight with honor. Your soul shall be mine! Why do you call?
Accidents, they happen, you know? Out and right out.
You're in trouble.
As you command.
Back to your homes.
You are not the boss of me.
As you command.
As the last necessary.
Let me think.
Necessary?
As the master wishes.
I don't wanna.
As you command.
Eureka! I've done it!
wonder. Reporting for duty.
Who's up for an adventure?
You're in trouble now. As the master wishes.
Job's done.
Reporting for duty.
Job's done.
I'm almost out of time. Reporting for duty.
You are not the boss of me!
Job's done.
Reporting for duty.
Ha! Find a seat if you can! Rexar versus Uther.
I will fight with honor. Let the hunt begin.
Are you mocking me?
Job done.
Do you have the artifact?
Powering up! Portals online!
You think this is funny?
I bleed for Cthulhu.
You think this is funny?
Talk about a nice suit!
It's getting hot in here.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
And now, for my next trick.
Reporting for duty.
The victory is yours. Rexar versus Maiev.
None can escape my fury.
Let the hunt begin. You will regret this.
The light dims, but we fight. One shot, one kill.
Blessed be this funnel cake.
I wonder. Balance in all things.
Blood and plunder.
I'm watching you.
What you got there?
Another night on the prowl.
Strands of fate.
What you looking at?
Come here, little fly. I ain't talking.
Rexar versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be mine. Let the hunt begin.
I wonder.
Ride eternal!
The damned stand ready.
We must cleanse the Sunwell.
Everyone has a price.
That was a mistake. You wish to live forever.
I must safeguard the land.
Versus Garrosh!
Victory or death! Let the hunt begin.
Well met.
Job done.
Reporting for duty.
Be purged.
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
Reporting for duty. To battle!
Be purged.
Hello, hello, hello.
Truth is my shield.
The battle! The battle!
You are the Shadow's puppet!
Justice shall prevail.
Be purged.
Until low.
Weaklings!
I usually work alone.
Until low.
Job's done.
done.
I wonder.
Job done.
Secret agent coming through!
What now? I wonder.
Your opponent's left.
Rexar versus Anduin.
The light shall bring victory.
Let the hunt begin.
For the crusade!
How long can this go on? How long can this go on?
A glorious invention.
The master hunger.
Free me!
Talk about a nice suit! Freed him! The Frost Wolves stand ready! Fire everything!
I must consider.
Everyone has a